like Jack and Bernie running against these allowance conditions, and to lose only a few lengths to that rival is saying something. I know Doc Advantage was in there, but I think Doc Advantage is a better sprinter than Convertible Freeze is a sprinter. So going to a mile, that at least flips it with him and probably everybody else too. Convertible Freeze might also be the inside speed of the race here. I know Devious Banker will probably be aggressive. Now, if Devious Banker out of the sprint race goes crazy to the lead, Convertible Freeze doesn't need the lead. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out the first one. Remember, here at Finger Lakes, we got this mile track where you hit that turn really quick at the flat mile. So that could really see how it plays out early, who gets the lead. And if Convertible Freeze gets position early, he's going to be awfully tough going to a route. I don't think the sprint is really, I mean, he can sprint. I just think he's better in a route. And anyway, he's not going to be Runaway Joke in a sprint anyway. An interesting one is the 4, Rhymes Like Dimes. I think of the main rivals in here, we got a track labeled fast, but there is a little moisture in that track. It's going to be fast today, but there is a little bit of moisture in the track for this first race, maybe the first couple races with that fast racetrack, because we got some rain this morning. Rhymes Like Dimes doesn't mind an off track, so even if it's labeled fast. But this one, running in the 2 state bred, ran in a sprint last time. I think this one will also like the mile. The last time Rhymes Like Dimes ran a mile, he broke badly and was out of the race. If this one breaks better today in a route, again, I don't think he's as good as a sprinter as a router like Convertible Freeze. I think going back to the distance of a mile is also going to help Convertible Freeze's chances. And it's the same thing. I mean, he comes out of the same race as Convertible Freeze. So Rhymes Like Dimes, both out of that race, I like them 1-2 in this race. And I would use them both in the pick four. I'd also use Leo and Royal. I mean, you could spread out here. I mean, this is probably a race you may even think about the all button in this race. But I know, but if you look at my pick 4 ticket, I use 1, 4, 5, and those are my top 3 picks too. So Leo and Royal really improved last time. I mean, this horse was showing a lot of talent as a 3-year-old. Looked really good, and was a good-looking horse on the track. Was sharp, and then it's been taking him a little while to get his stride after coming back from New York. He did last time, looked better. Just ran into Royal Suspect at a race that didn't have a ton of speed. That's all. Was a little wide in the race. Was a sloppy track. Didn't run bad at all in the slop. Leo and Royal is just one of those horses. He's a little on the inconsistent side nowadays, but if he's on his game, he's a really talented horse, and he could beat these. So I'm going to go with Leo and Royal for 3rd. He's also a versatile horse where Andre could put him where he wants him, as far as if he wants to be up on the front line or near that front line, or he can come from behind as well. So I think that's going to help a horse like Leo and Royal in the mile distance today. All I can say about that first race. It is a good first, quality-wise, good first race of this Wednesday card. All right, second race, we also go a distance of a mile. Took this distance away. I always call it the David Rivera rule after we took the mile away for some time, and now seeing more and more of these flat miles. Yeah, I mean, the class of the race obviously is the 4, Autumn's Turn. I mean, there's a horse by Tonalist. We don't see a lot of horses by Tonalist here at Finger Lakes. And also a horse that's been stakes placed this year. I mean, ran 2nd in a stakes race over in Matt Dinnerman's place there in Monmouth Park. Obviously, this horse outclasses this field. So you got to kind of wonder, why is it taking him so long to break his maiden? I guess that's the issue. He's had his chances. I mean, he's been against restricted 3-year-old maidens in New York. Obviously, that probably wasn't the strongest of stakes race he was in, but he ran good. I mean, we've seen a couple horses here. We had that horse come off a $5,000 maiden win, run 2nd in one of our stakes races for John Buckley. Take the blinkers off. I'm wondering if this could be a factor here. Has been running with blinkers all along. Last couple races on the turf haven't been as good. Does have some good turf breeding. That's probably why they're trying him on turf. But it does seem like his better races are on the dirt. So I think the return to the dirt's going to help. But also the easier competition. I mean, this horse is coming to Finger Lakes against these maidens that, other than a couple of them, are probably 11-9 type maidens. I mean, Bold Look looks to be the main threat. And this was a question mark, too, moving to the dirt. Bold Look is primarily a turf horse. Obviously bred for the turf. That's why he keeps running on the turf. But his race on a good dirt track back in February isn't bad. It was a 7-horse field. He finished second against restricted 3-year-old maiden claimers. I mean, they're not New York breds. This is a Kentucky bred. So keep in mind, those special weights and $40,000 maiden claimer that Bold Look was up against, they're better than the New York bred maiden special weights that we used to see horses coming from New York and running against our maiden special weights, and that's a big. We also see the maiden 30s. You see a lot of maiden New York bred 30,000s. That's a tougher race than the maiden New York bred 30,000. So Bold Look plays in here. Just a matter of taking to the surface, as he is she is a primarily a turf horse. The one going home now. What can you say? She's a good horse to use behind horses. She always hits the board. You say, what do you mean always? No, she has hit the board, the last 4 times she's run against good maiden special weight competition. She's got some good off-track breeding if we do get it off track. I know there's a possibility of some more rain. Right now it's drying out, and we'll have a fast track here, at least early in the day, unless we get some more rain. Been lucky, I think, over the last few days to avoid some of the rain. You know, it's that hurricanes coming up and everything. They've been lucky to avoid them. Third race goes a mile and a 16th. We do have a pick 6 slight carryover as we start the pick 6 in race number 3. Remember, that's a $1 minimum wager. This is a tough one. I mean, you could spread here, but I'm liking some horses that, I mean, Incantation is kind of a tricky read, but one of the reasons I put this horse on top, and the numbers are pretty even across in this race, but one of the reasons I like the two in here, Incantation, I'm probably saying that wrong, is the number that he had in the race that he ran last time is as good as anybody in the field. That's obviously at Saratoga, a little different competition there, but it was off of a long layoff. The horse was off since April of last year, not April of this year, April of last year. So to run okay, I mean, obviously he only beat one horse, but it's not like he ran down the track losing by 15, 16 lengths. The horse probably, almost definitely needed that race. I know he's off a little bit of a layoff again, but not as long. Obviously, you got a really good trainer who used to walk the backside here, H. James Bond. Remember, he had a couple of good ones when he won the Traverse. And I just think Incantation will improve off of that race, and that's the big thing. With even numbers across in this race, you want a horse that's going to improve off of their last start. The pace scenario is going to be important here, too. You got a bunch of horses that like to be close. It goes a mile and a 16th. The speed is probably Seems Like Destiny, but you got other horses that want to be close up too, and this is one of them. So he's going to have to stay within range of Seems Like Destiny, and I'm going to give him a slight edge in the hopes that he improves off of that last race. Usually you do when you're off that long a time. Lifetime Guarantee, yeah, ran good first time against winners. Actually lost to Seems Like Destiny when they faced in a maiden special way back when. But this horse was absolutely flying. As Seems Like Destiny gave the field a slip. Seems Like Destiny opened up, and then I think Lifetime Guarantee, maybe he needed to wake up a little bit, fell asleep back there, and then came running. But I think Lifetime Guarantee may have improved since that race, where it Seems Like Destiny didn't run as good a race the first time against winners. Plus, that's a Marty's Magic race. But I'm going to use Seems Like Destiny off of that race. I mean, you look at that race, it's good enough to beat this field. I mean, you look at Lifetime Guarantee as the morning line favorite. Seems Like Destiny beat the morning line favorite. And he does look like the speed of the race in a sense. I mean, there's other speed. He's not going to send and shoot right out there. It's a mile and 16th. But he's going to be on the front line, and then he'll try to do the same thing he did there, is put away the other speed and win race number 3. I think it's 6-1. You got to use the horse. He's a little bit of a break since that last start. Again, he won the maiden. First time against winners. I don't think he broke all that great, and then he ended up chasing him. He didn't get the lead in there, and they went pretty quick. I mean, they went, 112 to the 3/4? It's pretty quick. And 2J's way is no slouch. So I'm going to go the 2-3-5 in race number 3, going the mile and the 16th. We usually go a mile 70. We're all around it today. You got the mile and the 16th. Now we go 5.5. So from the long, take a break, watch the race, mile and 16th race, to it's over in a flash 5.5 here in the 4th. We scratch the 5, Practical Rachel. Another pretty competitive race. I actually got a price morning line as my top choice. Talk about the 1, Spite Stance, a beaten favorite in her last race. So she was running against allowance horses. I'm going to forgive the last effort on a sloppy racetrack for Spite Stance. She didn't break all that sharp. I think she was overbet anyway. I mean, the winner should have been a heavy favorite in that race. I mean, who asked you? Well, nobody asked me, but the horse should be. Who asked you was a much the best horse, and should have been 2-5 in that race. So Spite Stance, I think, is a positive sign. Somebody liked this horse to give her an extra overplay in that race. But I mean, she played. I mean, obviously, other than who asked you, she should have been the second choice of there, and they both got some play. But that was her first time dropping in for a tag. I mean, she probably wants more distance at 5.5. She's out of a dam by Lemon Drop Kid. You know, those Lemon Drop Kids, they all go long. But she's been used to going 6 furlongs. I think she gets a good trip from the rail, though, because you got a couple speeds outside of her, and Champagne's Surprise, who's breaking right outside of her, is going to be way back. Right? You know, you're just thinking that Champagne's Surprise probably isn't going to break that great again today. But Exotis likes to be aggressive. She's probably not as fast as Miss Wobbles. Hillbilly Lady likes to be close, too. So that sits Spite Dance in a good spot on the inside. And I think she can make amends. I mean, her previous start, when she ran against allowance horses, she ran into Sweet Anniversary, who we'll talk about later. I'll use the 4, Hillbilly Lady. I mean, another drop. You look at these horses. I know Spite Stance stays at the same level. You got 6 betting interests in this race. 3 of the 6 rivals drop in class out of allowance races. So that's big. It makes it relatively tough. Exotis needs the lead, and she's not fast enough to get the lead. Miss Wobbles is, but she's not good under pressure. She's a Bernardini, drops, but you know she didn't win for 11-9. So what does it come down to? Hillbilly Lady was good enough to break her main against special weights and run second against allowance horses. Logically, that puts her right there. Her last race, she got caught wide. She likes to be with the pace. She was there for a hot second before dropping back, chasing. So, yeah, I mean, Emmanuel Didiego opts to go to Exotis. I'm not sure why, and that's not a positive sign for Hillbilly Lady. But I think at the drop in class, I think Hillbilly Lady's got to be used here anyway. And now my long shot in here. You know, talking about this race, you know, you don't normally like the 11-9 maiden is a lot easier than 11-9 to Lifetime. A lot of times you'll see horses win in that condition, eventually end up against winners against the 5,000s, maybe not necessarily in the next start. But this horse is better than that. I mean, the problem with Champagne Surprise is she's got to break better than what she did last time, or she's not going to get there at 5.5 furlongs. 5.5 is really short for a horse that clearly wants to go long. I mean, you look at the breeding of this horse, probably the best bred horse here at Finger Lakes. At least one that's running for a tag. You're talking about a horse by Arrogate out of the Street Sense stam that's Kentucky bred, and looks the part. If you look at this horse, she looks good, but she does 5.5's too short. Maybe she is that good that she could overcome that. She certainly looked good last time. You talk about a horse that was much the best, that won by less than a length. This horse won. It was a great race. I mean, off slowly, probably spotted the field about 5 or 6 lengths, and then absolutely rolled over him. I think the most impressive effort I saw was Bill Bartlett's 2-year-old filly did that. That was more impressive, but this horse came from the clouds. You know, I don't know how good she is. I don't know. I mean, they didn't put her against allowance horses. The problem is the distance. Clearly, 5.5 furlongs. You better break sharper than we did last time against a good field, because I mentioned 3 of the 6 rivals drop in class. But 10-1, it's worth using. All right, 5th race, we kind of changed dramatically. We lost 3 of them in here, so we're down to 4 betting interests. No try, no super, no show. But you can start your pick 5s. And the thing is, it's probably the toughest race of the day, and that always happens. You know, you think about the time spent on these races that I spend the night before in the morning. I think the toughest one was probably it was maybe the 3rd and the 5th were probably the toughest too, just to come up with the most, at least logical, and figure out the horses I like, because even with a 4-horse field, you can make a case for all of them. And pace scenarios aren't true when you come to with 4-horse fields, because you don't have that true pace. You don't have the true trip that you're expecting to get with the 4-horse field. And that can be a problem here, because you got horses that all have some tactical speed, all run about the same numbers. They're coming from all over the place with different conditions. Happy Instead, the morning line favorite before the scratches, actually lost twice to Pantangelli. I just can't see a horse favorite over Pantangelli, who's beating this horse. Pantangelli got her finally out of the maiden condition, and who was the horse that he beat? Happy Instead. And to add insult to injury, you took that long to break your maiden, they make Happy Instead favorite over you. I don't know. But I do like Happy Instead in this race, because I think being inside and having speed inside is going to help him in this race. Allied Attack is still questionable when it comes to how good he is on the dirt. He obviously can run on dirt. Is he good enough on dirt to beat the 11-9 claimers? He's a better turf horse than he is a dirt horse. At least breeding-wise says that. I know his one career win was on the dirt. So does that go out the window? Maybe the Saratoga race he was claimed out of, that was right after a good work. It's tough to gauge what to expect from Allied Attack. The same with G Munning. I mean, G Munning, I was a little disappointed the last 2 races of G Munning, because he's burned a lot of money. You know, you had to like him dropping from an allowance race to 11-9 off a decent performance. He got bet down to be the favorite and ran off the board. Last time, clearly lone speed, should have beat that field, and Broken Hearted just outran him. I mean, so I couldn't take G Munning at the same level after that race. So that's where I came up with Pantangelli, who's clearly better overall than Happy Instead. But the big wild card in here is Allied Attack. Not sure what to expect from Allied Attack, cutting back in distance after trying the dirt and not running well in the dirt last time at Saratoga. Obviously, it's a tougher field than what Allied Attack will face here. All right, remember, I could spend a lot of time on that 4-horse race, because it is pretty competitive. 6th race, an 11-9 claimer going a distance of a mile. Non-winners of a race since a date, or never won 4 races. Scratch the 1, Reiner. I think this one you can narrow down a little more to less than 4 horses. Mr. Einstein, well, I always talk about rider's choice. I was wrong with going with the rider yesterday with that Engelhard too, but they're right in the last race too. I think I was wrong on that one too. But usually in most cases, you go with the jockey. I mean, if the jockey opts to go with this horse over this horse, sometimes they have to go with the trainer that they're the main farm for, but Jackie Davis rode Pot of Gold and Parade Field for Tim Murphy in both of their last starts. Jackie Davis shows up riding Mr. Einstein, and Mr. Einstein looks awfully tough in here. I wonder if we got a scratch of the 7 because they only got the 3-2 up. So, Mr. Einstein ran the biggest race is that we've seen from him in a while, the last 2 races against our man Mike. Our man Mike is sharp right now. He beat good fields, and for Mr. Einstein to run 3rd last time and 2nd the race before is better than anybody in this 11-9 field. So that starter was tougher than this 11-9 claiming condition. It's that simple. Didn't used to be that way, but the starters are getting tougher the last couple years. So off of the last race, if he could keep his form, probably on a fast track today after those 2 good track efforts, he's going to be tough. Now, I'm assuming that they don't have my second choice up there is maybe we got a late scratch of Wahil. I don't want to say that because I'm unsure of it. But Pot of Gold was the other one that I consider using. I know Tim Murphy has 2 good ones in there. The thing with Parade Field is he's a low odd horse in here. Parade Field was probably one of the best rides you'll see. Jackie Davis put this horse on the front end, and he doesn't really have a lot of speed, even in routes. It was a day where speed got really good. It was a speed-favored racetrack, and sometimes just knowing the racetrack and being able to do that gets horses wins. And that was the reason he won last time, and the reason I don't really like him to win this time is because he was with the bias. But Pot of Gold is an interesting one because he has faced some good competition in the past. He was claimed earlier this year in July, and seems like they're just figuring him out. A good 3rd place finish last time against the 8,000s. I think he's getting better and back to his form with the prior outfit, and they're figuring him out because he did run better last time. I think he plays in here. As far as the pace scenario in this race, yeah, he could possibly show speed, but I thought Maddie's Express would probably be the speed if they're aggressive with that one. You would think that's a horse that looks like he really wants to lead. He's not really winning when they're trying to stalk and make a run. So I would expect Maddie's Express to maybe get out there. And Wahil was the one I thought would show speed. So if that one did scratch, maybe put Maddie's Express as my 3rd choice in race number 6. So we'll go with the 3-2-5 if that is the case. All right, 7th race, an 11-9 claimer, going a mile and a 16th. We start the late pick 3, remember 9-race card today. And speaking of pace, I thought there was kind of a lack of pace in race number 7. That an aggressive ride from Wafir, I hope I'm saying that one right. I'm not really sure how to pronounce this one, but comes out of a race where he got caught wide. The winner was able to get a perfect trip up the inside and save ground. That makes a world of difference in some of these route races. And that was the first trip over the track for Wafir or whatever you want to call him. But again, the wide trip hurt, and he did kind of fade to lose by double digits in a race that was okay. I mean, we saw Jake's Orchard and Prophetic run yesterday. They both ran well. But the reason I like this horse isn't so much how well he's running, but more that he could have a tactical edge on these horses because there really isn't much for early speed in this race. And I think this horse could get the front end and maybe have that advantage and go all the way. Stanley Ruff could be the best horse in here coming out of 30,000 maidens. I was just talking about that. I mean, those state-bred 30s, I mean, they're still better than the 11 and 9s. Not like he's hitting the board, but he's somewhat competitive in some of those races. And he's just getting better. He added Lasix for the first time last time. So it's almost like, okay, you're adding Lasix, now your second time Lasix, but you're at a new track against possibly easier competition, probably easier competition. So you would expect him to be closer and be one of the top contenders in here. The 5, I'll throw in long shot because those are the 2 that I like in here. You see by the morning line, the 4's a question mark as far as the dirt. It's not a lot of chances. 0 for 29 or something like that. So, I mean, he's a low odd horse that, maybe you would try, if he's one of the favorites, maybe you try for a long shot 3rd or 4th, maybe play around with the Wafir and Stanley Ruff and then throw long shots in behind. But Halloway is one of those long shots you can use. Stephen Frett riding really well. He, obviously, Jackie Davis gets off to ride Wafir, so Stephen Frett picks up the mount. I mean, and I don't think this horse will beat Wafir, but he could hit the number here based on his route races. I mean, the last race was a sprint. I think he could just kind of draw a line through the sprint last time because he's a horse that was sent in a sprint and stopped. I mean, this horse does not want to go short as it is, and then being aggressive in the sprint kind of cost him any chance. But you go back to a couple of the maiden special weight races that this horse has earlier in the season, at least at the route races, he's right there. So if, listen, I don't know if he's as good as Wafir, but he does have an upset chance in a sense that if that one doesn't run, Halloway dropping slightly in class to the 11 and 9, stretching out to a route, which is a better distance, he's got a little bit of a look to him for a price. I mean, if he's like 8 or 9 to 1, he's 8 to 1 morning line, he's definitely worth throwing in there as a price. Now, as far as an underneath horse, that's Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's stepping up in class, actually, from the 5,000s, but, not a big step up. He's been here before. He's run against special weights. I think he just, doesn't matter what level you put him, he's going to run behind other horses. And I thought he ran well. I mean, he had a little bit of a troubled trip last time and wasn't that badly beaten against the 5,000s. Of course, that's 5,000. This is 11 and 9. But other than Wafir and Stanley Ruff, it's not the best 11 and 9 field. I think the rest of them would struggle to beat 5,000 maidens. So that puts Tyrannosaurus Rex in the mix against these horses. 3-7-5-6. 8th race, Fillies and Bears, non-winners of a state bred, and Sweet Anniversary runs the same race she did last time. She's going to win. It's that simple. A lot of ifs in this game, though. You can't guarantee that will happen. She is the inside speed of the race. She's going to the front end. If she breaks well, she should run the same race as last time. It's a little shorter. She's going to be short price, but what can you say? I don't have a reason to pick against her. If there was a lot of other speed in the race, maybe so. I mean, Maravagloso might be the other one that may show some speed in here. Maybe Strange Fruit decides to be aggressive from the outside. I mean, she could do either. She's shown speed in the past that maybe Strange Fruit tries to go after her, but she's way out there. So she would have to really ask. So, and I just think that Sweet Anniversary is going to be awfully tough in here. She's on a roll. Her only loss was at Saratoga, so she's undefeated at Finger Lakes, and she's looked good in every race. And that was her first time routing last time, and there were no anxious moments. Maggie could be the biggest threat, stretching out. She's had 2 route attempts in her career, 1 second. And she's okay bred for the distance. I wouldn't say she's greatly bred for the distance. But as you see, her second place finish when she did route wasn't bad. Her other race going a mile was terrible. But that was in the slop. So maybe don't count that one against her. Her last race is good. I mean, this horse has not run really a bad race since coming to Finger Lakes. And I would think that against these horses, I know she's kind of stepping up in class in a sense because she's been mostly against 5,000 claimers. But look at this race other than Sweet Anniversary. And more reason to like Sweet Anniversary, by the way. Sweet Anniversary dominated allowance 3 lifetime horses last time. Look at the rest of the field. They're claimers. Sweet DeSantis comes out of 5,000 claimers, although she's probably sitting on a win. The wide trip cost her. Strange Fruit just ran in a 5,000 claimer. Maggie has been running 5,000 claimers. Miss Pab, she ran good against 5,000 claimers, but she's a 5,000 claimer. Keep my eye on the boys, a $5,000 claimer. So Maggie is beating $5,000 claimers, that her stepping up to allowance isn't really a step up because these aren't allowance horses other than maybe Sweet Anniversary and Maravigloso. And that's why I got 162 in here. It's that simple. Maravigloso simply plays on class. It's almost like she's in the same condition, the allowance condition, and other than Sweet Anniversary, she's facing 5,000 claimers because all these horses are 5,000 claimers with the exception of Sweet Anniversary and Maravigloso. She stretches out, and that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, the distance is not a problem. She comes out of two really tough ones, state breds. You know, you look at the last race, Honest Banker. It's a good one in the condition. And Darn That Song won 2 in a row, alone on the lead, but she was against the pace because Darn That Song was alone on the lead. So this horse by Lemon Drop Kid, just mentioned that one earlier, should be tough because these are basically 5,000 claimers or the Sweet Anniversary. So I'm going to go with the 162. Keep My Eye on the Boys is the other one that plays, but Andre Worry opts to go to Maggie. All right, last race on this card of the week. Man, this week went quick, it seems like. 9th race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of price you're going to get with Spoofy. Was it Charlie Baker and Michael S. Ferraro team up, 2 of the best trainers of all time at Finger Lakes. They're teaming up. You can't beat that combination. It's the 2 best trainers. How are you going to beat them? I don't know how this horse is at the favorite morning line. They got Jersey Greg as a favorite. I mean, Spoofy looks awfully tough. Dropping to 5,000. I say dropping to 5,000 because her last race, or his last race, I'm going to throw. It's a Bustin' Stones going a route. I thought he'd run better than what he did, but he didn't. I think the horse doesn't want a route. So back to a sprint for 5,000. Like I said, it's like a drop because his only start for 5,000 was that route, and I'm willing to forgive. He's a short price favorite. Obviously on class, you're going to bet the horse. Unless there's more reasons than just the route that he ran so badly. I got him on top. Support the Cat is the one I used for second. Here's another, I think like Rachel Sell's other one, Tyrannosaurus Rex, just runs to the competition and hits the board a lot, but does drop to an all-time low here, dropping to 5,000. So this one could be interesting and maybe plays a little bit more as a possible win threat just because he's never seen this level. I know it's hard to like him when he's 0 for 29. He's run a lot, but he's run okay. I mean, the horse is running behind better horses in a lot of these races. He hasn't seen this level, so at 5,000, Support the Cat is a player. Sharpoon cuts back in distance and has some early speed, and that could be a big asset here because another race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. So this is another one that could be an upset chance if he retains decent speed after turning back from the route. He showed good speed in some of those sprint races. I think back in the sprint today might help Sharpoon, and then Jersey Greg is another underneath horse. He's had his chances against mostly better horses. I think he's better bred for the turf than the dirt, though. I think that's the issue with Jersey Greg, but not out of this one against this competition. So those are some of my picks for this 9-race card on this Wednesday. Just a reminder, I said it earlier, from now on, Wednesday's going to be at 1:15, but the rest of the week, we go with a 1 o'clock first post on Monday and Tuesday. So dark the next few days. Next live day will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post, and I will see you then. Good luck today.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 1, an optional claiming allowance race here for runners Fold in New York. They're going a mile. Here's the field. Number 1, Convertible Freeze. Cabercoa riding today. Number 2 is Golden Rain. Joel Cruz in the irons. Number 3, Devious Banker. Heeman Harkey with the ride. Number 4, Rhymes Like Dimes with Jackie Davis. Number 5, Leo and Royal. Andre Worry has the mount. And number 6 is Doc Advantage with Jeremias Flores. That's the field for race 1. Start of the pick 4, races 1 through 4. A field of 6 going a mile. Good luck. 1 minute to post time. Started the early pick 4 here. The runners are approaching the gate. And the runners are loading into the gate for the opener. Convertible Freeze, Golden Rain, Devious Banker, Rhymes Like Dimes have all gone in. Leo and Royal coming up. Doc Advantage to the outside post. 6 of the 9 races today going 2 turns. They'll start right in front of us here at the Finger Lakes Grandstand. Doc Advantage working with him to go in. Again, 9 races. Start of the pick 4 is right here. The third race begins the pick 6 with a small carryover, just over $1,000. Doc Advantage. Going in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Devious Banker gets the first call of the afternoon. Golden Rain taking the lead away from him. Devious Banker back in the second spot. Convertible Freeze was away last, but he's moving up on the heels of the leader to be a joint second around the turn. Rhymes Like Dimes is 3 deep. 1.5 lengths to Leo and Royal. Doc Advantage, the trailer, 4 lengths off the pace. Golden Rain is setting the pace in the opener. 1/2 length in front. Rhymes Like Dimes, a little bit eager to get after that front runner, takes the second spot. Then comes Convertible Freeze on the inside, tucked in on the fence, in a good position, stalking. Devious Banker retreats to 4th with Leo and Royal, and they're 2 ahead of Doc Advantage with 5 furlongs to go. It's Golden Rain is cleared off. Golden Rain, without being asked, strides out 1.5 lengths, and now Rhymes Like Dimes has come under pressure, finds himself between horses. Convertible Freeze on the inside of him. Devious Banker 3 deep. Leo and Royal 4 wide with that party. Doc Advantage 6th and last. 4 off the pace as they go into the far turn. Golden Rain has 3 furlongs more to get. 1.5 lengths edge. Convertible Freeze the favorite, tipping outside. He's still in with a good shot here, has every chance to run down this front runner. Golden Rain, who hits the quarter pole, 1/2 length in front. Convertible Freeze now sent after him, and the top pair hook up at the top of the stretch. Golden Rain, Convertible Freeze, right together coming off the turn. Rhymes Like Dimes is re-rallying on the fence, is reclaimed 3rd, and is in with a good shot. Rhymes Like Dimes. It's Convertible Freeze on the outside. Golden Rain digs in. Rhymes Like Dimes flattens out. 2-horse race between Convertible Freeze, Golden Rain. Convertible Freeze in front. Convertible Freeze wins the opener. Golden Rain second home. Then Rhymes Like Dimes in Doc Advantage. Number 1, Convertible Freeze first. 2, Golden Rain second. 4, Rhymes Like Dimes third. Photo finish for fourth. Please continue to stand by until the photos for fourth have been posted and the race is declared official. Running fourth was number 6, Doc Advantage. 1, 2, 4, 6, your top 4. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Convertible Freeze. He is a 5-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Connect out of Goods and Services by Painter. Convertible Freeze was bred in New York by Klarovich Stables, now owned by Louis Bisso Jr. and trained by Michael Lassesi. Cabracoa, your winning jockey. Final time for 1 mile, 1 minute 39.81 seconds. Number 1, Convertible Freeze, your winner, paying $3 and a dime. The second race is coming up next at a mile once again here, and there are no changes with a field of half dozen. Race 2 coming up in approximately 23 minutes. 23 minutes until the second race.
Horse are in the paddock for race number 2. And things got interesting as Convertible Freeze sat off of Golden Rain, and Golden Rain ended up with an easy lead under Joel Cruz. Cruz ended up stealing it. Remember, Cruz had that good ride in the last race yesterday that got him the victory. But Golden Rain almost pulled off the upset, but it was Convertible Freeze, who had some work to do because of the easy lead for Golden Rain, and still was just that much the best to be able to wear that one down and get the victory for trainer Michael Lasesi in race number 1. Second race, a maiden event for fillies and mares, going that flat mile here in the second. And got to look at the 4, Autumn's Turn. I mean, this one obviously outclasses this field. Just got to worry and hope that she's not going the wrong way. Though her last couple of races have been on the turf. Last race was not good. They're going to take the blinkers off for this race and then try easier maidens on the dirt here at Finger Lakes. This horse that just ran second in a stakes race at Monmouth back in June. Probably a race caller today, Matt Dinnerman, probably called that race. But Autumn's Tune still hasn't broke her maiden, although those maidens are a lot tougher than what she'll face here. You look at the breeding. She's by Tonalist. Don't have too many horses by Tonalist here at Finger Lakes. It's a full to I Can Run, who was a stakes winner, plus a half to a couple other stakes winner for Autumn's Turn at odds of even money. See how she takes to the track and the easier competition. Look at the 6, Bold Look. She's going off the turf. Now, she's been running primarily on the turf. She's had 3 dirt starts, a couple of them in the off-the-turf events and at Tampa and at Pimlico. But there was one race that she ran in a maiden race against 40,000 3-year-olds. On a good track, she ran a good second down at Tampa. So she can run good enough on the turf to be competitive against these maiden special weights. And not getting much for early play is not a good sign for a barn that's been dominating this year. The 1 horse is going home now at odds of 7-2. She's hit the board 5 consecutive times, and it's not like she's not getting there. It's just horses are better than her in some of these races. But she's running her race, and she's hitting the board. One of these times, she's going to break through and get a field that she can beat. But hard not to use her in tries and supers if you're playing race number 2, because going home now has been that consistent against the maiden special weights over the last few starts. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now about to step onto the track for race 2, a maiden race, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going a mile. No changes in race 2. In the second race, we have a pick 3, races 2 through 4. Post time for the second race is 6 minutes away. And here's the field for the second race. Number 1, going home now, Rafael Rohina Jr. riding. Number 2 is Mary Union Avenue. Jackie Davis, the jockey. Number 3, Turn Up the Music, Anthony Rodriguez in the saddle. Number 4, Autumn's Turn, Caber Koa attempts to sweep the early daily double. Number 5, Shine My Tiara, Jeremiah Flores riding. Rounding out the field is number 6, Bold Look, Luis Perez, the jockey. 5 minutes away from the second race. And the runners are now approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. And the runners are now facing up to the gate for the second race. Going home now to the inside post in the orange, the first one to come up. Mary Union Avenue will be next. Turn up the music. Autumn's turn, post position number 4. Shine My Tiara. To the outside, Bold Luck. Here's Bold Luck, Luis Perez. We're ready to go. And my rough. Another smooth beginning. Shine My Tiara and the green cap was away alertly. Mary Union Avenue a little quicker. And going home now from the inside, not far off, but it's Mary Union Avenue taking control of things going into the clubhouse turn. Going home now right behind in second. Shine My Tiara takes a hold alongside. A length and a half to Bold Luck. Turn Up the Music is second to last, and the favorite, Autumn's Turn, will have to pass them all today. Kept on the outside, is only about 4 lengths off the lead as a compact group approaches the backstretch run. Mary Union Avenue setting the pace, a moderate pace at that, 25-2, so less than moderate, pretty slow pace here. Mary Union Avenue the leader by about 3/4 of a length. Shine My Tiara in the second spot. Bold Luck 3 deep in third, taking that spot away from going home now. Now Autumn's Turn is in the 5th position, just 3 off the pace and a half length to Turn Up the Music as they're still packed up, approaching the far turn run. Mary Union Avenue into the turn, a length clear. Shine My Tiara, Shown More Rain in second. Bold Luck sent along outside. Going home now on the inside, getting a little bit closer. Appears to have some run on a hold right now. Searches for racing room. Autumn's Turn being asked to go. On the far outside is losing ground. Joined by Turn Up the Music at the top of the stretch. Mary Union Avenue off the turn. Challenged by Bold Luck, who's right there. Going home now. Finds a seam on the fence if he's good enough. And comes charging forward. Autumn's Turn grandstand side. Took a little while to get going, but is moving level second. It's going home now in front. Is pulled 3 lengths ahead. Turn Up the Music, Autumn's Turn, both chasing, but it's going home now on top. Going home now, breaks the maiden at 8-1. Autumn's Turn second best. Turn Up the Music third, Bold Luck fourth. Number 1 going home now is first. 4 Autumn's Turn second. 3 Turn Up the Music third. 6 Bold Luck fourth. 1, 4, 3, 6. Your top 4. 1, 4, 3, 6. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. This race is now official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Going Home Now. A 5-year-old bay mare by Texas Red out of Miss Dragon Lady by Victory Gallop. Going Home Now is bred in Kentucky by Anthony Rusaretto III and Yvonne Sanico, now owned and trained by Judy Turetsky, and your winning jockey, Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 1, Going Home Now. Price Horse win in the second race today. $18.80 the payout for a $2 investment. Final time, 1 minute 41.28 seconds. That was for a mile. The third race, another route. They're going a mile and a 16th this time. No changes in race 3 on the card. 2:04 p.m. post time. That is 24 minutes away. 24 minutes until race 3.
All right, 10 minutes to post for race number 3. It got a little bit of an upset in the second, just a minor upset. The one going home now, consistently hitting the board today, gets a unbelievable trip under Rafael Rohina. As everybody chasing the speed stops, and going home now, it was a good job relaxing him and making a move up the rail, and got the victory for Judy Turetsky. That starts the pick 3. Rafael Rohina, very underrated rider. He rode a good race there. This one starts the pick 6. You look at the money on the board, lifetime guarantee coming off a third place finish, getting a lot of play at 3-2. An interesting one is the new face in here, Incantation, who was off a layoff, had been off from April of 23 to August of this year. That's a year and a half. Showed some speed going a mile, went a mile, first of all, and didn't get beat all that badly considering. I know the horse only beat one horse, but was off an extremely long time. Only making his second start as a 4-year-old here, second start of the year. You would think that he would improve off of that race, and any improvement would put him in the winner's circle against these 2 lifetime allowance horses. 7-2 is the price on him. Lifetime guarantee, logical horse in here. Ran second to Seems Like Destiny, who's in this race, although Seems Like Destiny snuck away from him. And when he got rolling, he did make up a lot of ground on that rival, and then came back to win on a sloppy racetrack. Last race, maybe one of his best efforts. First time against winners. It was a tougher field than this one with Marty's Magic. He only got beat a few lengths, earned a 73 buyer for the race. Now, did get the pace. I mean, they went 47, so he had something to run at. But this is probably a slightly softer field, which makes him a very logical horse, and that's why he is getting some early action at 3-2. The 5 is Seems Like Destiny. Mentioned Seems Like Destiny defeated what's now the favorite at 3-2 lifetime guarantee, and this is a similar type of pace scenario. There isn't a lot of speed in this race, so much like the maiden victory, going this distance for Seems Like Destiny could be deja vu. I mean, there isn't, if he can squirt away from him the way he did when he beat lifetime guarantee back on August 5th, maybe he could land himself in the winner's circle again. But he's currently at odds of 9-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and a $1 Pick 6. Got a small carryover for that Pick 6. Starts with this race.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 3. This third race here, an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, going a mile and a 16th. There's no changes. Here's the field. Number 1 is Within View. Jeremias Flores with the ride. Number 2, Incantation. Luis Rivera Jr. has the assignment. Number 3, Lifetime Guarantee. Cabracoa with the ride. Number 4, Puff's Magic Dragon. Emmanuel Di Diego set to navigate. Number 5, Seems Like Destiny. Heeman Harkey atop the gray. Rounding out the field is Elfgar. Luis Perez riding. 5 minutes to post for race number 3. An allowance race going a mile and a 16th. Good luck. 1 minute to post, ladies and gentlemen. This third race begins the pick six with that $1,000 carryover. That's right, start of the pick six with that slight carryover right here in race 3. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 3. A field of 6 signed up to contest 8.5 furlongs. That's 1 mile and a 16th. Within view to the inside post. Incantation walking up to the gate. Lifetime Guarantee, post position 3. Puff's Magic Dragon. Two back. Seems Like Destiny. Alfgar to the outside. Here's Alfgar. Go again. We're ready to go. And Laroff, Seems Like Destiny, wins the break and takes advantage of it. Strides in front of the first 16th of a mile. Incantation on a hold, a little bit eager, joined by Puff's Magic Dragon. Alfgar, 3 deep approaching the turn. Within view, Lifetime Guarantee. Those two pretty much side by side at the back. 6 runners go into the first turn, and Seems Like Destiny at a price paves the way. 3/4 of a length ahead. Incantation off the rail, still unrestrained second. Puff's Magic Dragon alongside. Gap of 2 to the last trio who line up. Alfgar is 3 wide. Lifetime Guarantee in the middle. And within view, inside, saving ground. 3 off the lead as the half dozen make their way down the barn side. Seems Like Destiny carving out the fraction. Still a length and a half clear. Incantation clearly into second. A half length to Puff's Magic Dragon third. Within view, gains a couple spots in fourth. 2 off the pace with a half mile to go. A length and a tail to Lifetime Guarantee. And Alfgar has dropped to the rear and feels the stick on the shoulder as they go into the far turn. Seems Like Destiny. 3 furlongs to go. With no excuses. Opens up that lead to 2. Incantation sent after the front runner's second. Within view third, and now this long shot seems like Destiny is giving the others something to think about as he sprints 4-5 ahead with a quarter mile more to go. Seems like Destiny all alone on the lead. All he's got to do is keep going here. Seems like Destiny with a 7-length lead. Within view second on the outside, Lifetime Guarantee has made his way into second, but coming to the 16th pole, it's a one-horse race to this point. Seems like Destiny still clear. Seems like Destiny. There are absolutely no dangers in sight, and he cruises in at 13-1, the longest shot in the race, kicking off the pick six with a victory. Lifetime Guarantee second, Incantation third, Within View fourth. Number 5, Seems Like Destiny first, 3 Lifetime Guarantees second, 2, Incantation third, 1 Within View fourth. 5, 3, 2, 1. Your top 4 finishers unofficially. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 5, Seems Like Destiny. Seems Like Destiny is a 3-year-old gray roan gelding by Destin, out of Bustin' at the Seams by Bustin' Stone. Seems Like Destiny was bred in New York by Eaton and Thorne Incorporated, now owned by Bradley and Wendy Dufresne and trained by Troy Smith. Heeman Harkey, your winning jockey. Final time for a mile and a 16th, 1 minute 46.70 seconds. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Still unofficial here. Seems Like Destiny pays $29 for the win. Up next is the 4th race on the program. In race number 4 this afternoon, scratch number 5, Practical Rachel. The first sprint of the day coming up in approximately 21 minutes.
9 minutes to post for race number 4, and yeah, it's kind of deja vu in that race. Surprised the horse was 13-1. Lifetime Guarantee took all the money, but I say deja vu because it goes back to the August race that the two of them ran against each other in a maiden race. Seems like Destiny, the main speed in that race, today the main speed in this race, and Lifetime Guarantee wasn't able to catch him again. But Heeman Harkey get the victory for Troy Smith. 2 wins in the last 3 starts for Seems Like Destiny. 4th race, 11-9 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. And so you scratch the 5, Practical Rachel. Pretty competitive race. 3 of the 6 rivals remaining are dropping in class from allowance races. The one Spite Stance is one that isn't. This one ran in the condition last time, but did run against allowance horses in the race before. Was a beaten favorite that day, but probably said it earlier. Probably shouldn't have been the favorite. Is Who Asked You was the best horse of the race, and just this one took a lot of late money for whatever reason. But now it's a little bit easier field. No Who Asked You in this race, and Spite Stance has a good position from the rail again, but again a little bit easier. Even though they're dropping in class, Who Asked You would beat this field. So Spite Stance, give her another chance at the level, and she didn't break all that sharp in that race either, and she does have a couple speeds to run at in race number 4. She's getting some early play. The 4 Hillbilly Ladies, another one to consider in here. She ran a solid second behind Grand Lady India earlier in the year. I mean, it was more Grand Lady India stopping, but this one did not back up at all. She just continued to chase and actually almost ran that one down. Last race didn't run as well. She got caught wide. She was nowhere near the lead. I mean, she was chasing and fading. So she gets a little bit of class relief, dropping 11-9, and she's at odds of 9-2. The other one I consider was the 2 Champagne Surprise. Now, she just broke her maiden at the 11-9 level, but it's the way she did it. She broke horribly, made up the ground, and came from the clouds to beat that field. I mean, she can't break that bad against this field at 5.5, but it was an impressive effort, and maybe she is this good, but she'll have to break better than what she did last time. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 4th.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 4. This 4th race, $11,000 to $9,000 claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Practical Rachel. In the 4th race, we have a pick 3, races 4 through 6. Here's the field. Number 1, Spite Stance, Luis Perez riding today. Champagne Sunrise is number 2, Michael Davila Jr. in the irons. Number 3, Ixides, Emmanuel Di Diego with the mount. Number 4, Hillbilly Lady, Anthony Rodriguez, set to pilot. Number 5 is Scratch. Number 6, Miss Wobbles, Nazario Alvarado with the call. And number 7 is She's a Bernardini, Cabracoa, set to navigate. 5 minutes until race number 4. Good luck. They're going 5.5 furlongs. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 4. They're going 5.5 furlongs. Spite's Dance has gone into the gate. Champagne Sunrise loading. Ixides coming up. Here's Hillbilly Lady. Two back, Miss Wobbles. She's a Bernardini to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Spite's Dance was slow to go, drops to the back of the pack. Ixides has speed with Miss Wobbles. These two a neck apart. Ixides with a head lead on Miss Wobbles. She's a Bernardini running in the third position. Spite's Dance is making up ground on the inside and is a joint third with a half mile to go. Hillbilly Lady drops back to the second last spot, and Champagne Sunrise is the trailer. 4 lengths from tip to tail as they charge into the far turn. Ixides has cleared off by a length successfully. Miss Wobbles sent along under pressure in second. She's a Bernardini joins her. Champagne Sunrise is making up ground, slips inside of Spite's Dance. They're together, 3 off the pace and 4 back to Hillbilly Lady, who tried to lug out on the turn and has dropped out of it. Top of the stretch, Ixides is left with a 2-length cushion sailing off the turn. She's a Bernardini in second. Spite's Dance is kicking it into top gear now on the grandstand side and is coming charging. Ixides in front, needs to hold off Spite's Dance, the only one with a chance to beat her. It's Ixides, Spite's Dance, and coming up the inside, Champagne Sunrise. It's tight between Ixides and Spite's Dance. Ixides held off Spite's Dance. Ixides over Spite's Dance, then Champagne Sunrise, and she's a Bernardini. Photo finish. Photos all around. Final time for 5.5 furlongs, 1 minute 7.12. Number 3, Ixides, posted first. 1, Spite Stance second. 2, Champagne Sunrise third. 7, She's a Bernardini fourth. 3127, your top 4. 3127. Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Ixides. Ixides is a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by War Dancer out of Smartly Away by Skip Away. Ixides was bred in New York by Dr. David Smart, now owned by David Smart and David Rowlands, trained by Ralph D'Alessandro. Your winning jockey, Emmanuel Di Diego. Ixides pays $25 to win. Early pick 4, $2,234.50. The 5th race is coming up next. Scratch numbers 1, 2, and 3. There's no trifecta, show, or superfecta wagering in race 5. Post time for the 5th race, 24 minutes.
All right, fifth race coming up after the fourth was won in a little bit of an upset. Another horse, Gate to Wire, at a good price. Exotis gets the victory for, if I said that right, for Ralph D'Alessandro. Manuel Di Diego got that horse to the front over Miss Wobbles, being inside that one, and she needs the lead, and she was able to go on to victory. Notice her other victory, she was able to get the front, going 5.5 today. She was able to do so and pulled off the surprise win. Okay, 4-horse field for the fifth as we scratch the 3 inside horses. Scratch the 1 Makar, scratch the 2 Classical, scratch the 3 Boom Boom Thunder. So no trifecta, no superfecta, and no show wagering with the smaller field and a competitive field. You could even tell by the wagering. Actually, my top choice here is the longest shot on the board for the 4 horses, the 7 Pantangeli. It's kind of like you look back at race number 3 today. Seems like Destiny, when he broke his maiden, went Gate to Wire over lifetime guarantee. He did, it was just basically deja vu. Nothing really changed there. This race, Pantangeli defeated Happy Instead when he broke his maiden. And, it took him so long to break his maiden, but he was much the best in that race. He was actually bet down to be a favorite. So now the odd thing is Happy Instead is the favorite over Pantangeli, who just basically beat him. Unless Happy Instead has improved since that race. He did get a 3rd place finish in his last race, and now in the Anthony Ferraro's barn. But there's other speed in the race. I mean, even if inside speed is good right now, you got to think Allied Attack or G Munning is not going to let this horse go. He's at odds of 3-2, while Pantangeli is at odds of 5-1. Of course, it's the same story. Maybe Anthony Ferraro improves this one. The 5 Allied Attack, those are the 2 that I had. Was for the, if you were going to use a pick 5, I would say use the 4 and 7 of the 4 horses, because Allied Attack is real questionable when it comes to the dirt, as far as, is this horse a better turf horse than dirt horse? Is he good enough on the dirt to beat this horse? And the other key to the race is how much speed he's going to show. Otherwise, Happy Instead gets the lead from the inside and could be just gone, as we just seen. 2 inside speed Gate to Wires in races 3 and 4. See if that continues. G Money's the other one in here, as this one for Murphy, ran 2nd last time as the favorite, but he was absolutely lone speed in that 6 furlong race. Now he does shorten up to 5.5, but you got Happy Instead inside of him, as well as Allied Attack. You do have speed types in this race, even if you think inside speed could be the way to go so far on this card. No try, no super, no show with the 4-horse field. We scratched the 1 Makar, scratched the 2 Classical, and the 3 Boom Boom Thunder, but this race does start the pick 5.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 5, scratch numbers 1, 2, and 3. There's no trifecta, superfecta wagering here or show wagering. $11,000 to $9,000 claimers going 5.5 furlongs. Here's the field. Numbers 1 through 3 are scratch. Number 4 is Happy Instead. Luis Perez, the jockey. Number 5, Allied Attack, Joel Cruz in the irons. Number 6, G Money, Jackie Davis has them out. Pentangeli is number 7, Jeremiah Flores riding. 5 minutes until race 5. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. We kick off the pick 5 here. A quartet in this race. Happy Instead to the inside post, inherits that spot with the scratches of the 3 runners to his inside, numbers 1, 2, and 3. Allied Attack goes in. G Munning and Pantangeli. We're ready to go, and they're off. And the quartet broke as one. 3 runners across the track early. Happy Instead from the inside post is going to take the initiative. G Munning right outside of him, pressing in the 3rd spot is Pantangeli. And Allied Attack drops to the back alongside of him now. So there are 2 pairs of 2 with a half mile to go. Happy Instead at 4-5 leads the way by a narrow margin. G Munning not letting the big favorite get an easy time of it on the lead. And these 2 streak 3 lengths ahead of the other duo who are behind them. Pantangeli a clear 3rd, and Allied Attack is dropped to the back with 5/16 to go. Match Race on the lead. Happy Instead and G Munning matching their motors. Happy Instead with a short edge coming off the turn. G Munning trying to stick to him is at the moment. They're still going at it. Pantangeli 3rd, 4 off the lead with a furlong to go. Nose and nose, head and head between the top 2. It's G Munning putting up a strong fight today. Inside Happy Instead, left back in 2nd as G Munning puts him away. G Munning to win it under Jackie Davis. Happy Instead 2nd best. Then Pantangeli, big space to Allied Attack. Number 6, G Munning was first. 4, Happy Instead 2nd. 7, Pantangeli 3rd. 5, Allied Attack 4th. 6, 4, 7, 5, your top 4 finishers. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now in the winner's circle is number 6, G Munning. 6475, your top 4. In the full order of finish, G Munning. In the winner's circle now, a 5-year-old Dark Bear Brown gelding by Munnings out of 2 to the 9s by Super Saver. G Munning was bred in New York by Clark Brewster and Gold Square LLC, now owned by Craig Benoit and trained by Tim Murphy. Jackie Davis, your winning jockey. G Munning pays $9 for the win. Final time, 1 minute 5.51 seconds for 5.5 furlongs. The 6th race is coming up next. Scratch number 1 and 7. Race 6 coming up in 22 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 6, and yeah, G Munning, big effort today. As we've seen Front Speed do pretty well today, but G Munning had to put away Happy Instead, who was really overbet in there, bet heavily in that race. But G Munning, Jackie Davis, getting the victory for Tim Murphy. What a season Tim Murphy is having. Good trainer. 6th race, 11-9 claimer. We scratched the 1. Reiner. And, look at the board right now. You do have some early money on Mr. Einstein. If this horse can continue to run the numbers that he's running the last couple starts and those starters, he would beat these. And it just shows that those starter allowances he's coming out of are a little bit better than the field that he's facing here. We got to figure our man Mike would be a heavily favored horse in here. Now, doesn't have a lot of speed, but enough speed to be close on this racetrack. The 7 Wahil scratched out of this race, so it changes the pace a little bit. And maybe the horse that benefits the most would be the 5, Maddie's Express, who does have some good early speed. Maddie's Express showed speed last time and ran second. So if that horse could shoot to the front end, as we've seen horses the last 3 races went on the front end, maybe Maddie's Express kind of steps up a little bit, especially with that scratch that we had of Wahil. Pot of Gold's another one to consider in here. Now, Jackie Davis got off this horse to ride Mr. Einstein. Same thing with Parade Field. Decided to go to Mr. Einstein. But Pot of Gold for the Murph comes out of a couple good races. That $8,000 race he comes out of last time was won by Coach Bahi, who's been really good in starter conditions, and was facing the 1 state bred allowance horses before that, like Devious Banker, Roses Pepino, some good horses at that level. So this is a little bit easier for Pot of Gold, who does have some races in the past that would do well against these horses. He's at odds of 7-2 as Murphy looks for 2 in a row. So there's a few of the contenders for the 6. Remember, we start the late pick 4 with this race. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double also available.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race number 6. Here's the field. Number 1 is Scratch. Number 2, Pot of Gold. John Barrios riding today. Number 3 is Mr. Einstein. Jackie Davis with the call. Number 4, Parade Field. Emmanuel DiDiego with the ride. Number 5, Maddie's Express. Anthony Rodriguez riding. Rounding out the field is number 6, Gliding a Fleet with Michael Davila Jr. And we scratch number 7. Race 6 starts the late pick 4, races 6 through 9, a 50-cent minimum bet. Best of luck. They're going a mile here, $11,000 to $9,000 claimers. Good luck. 3 minutes to post. 1 minute to post. 1 minute. And the runners are now facing up to the gate for the 6th race. Pot of Gold to the inside post has gone in. Pot of Gold takes his spot. Mr. Einstein, post position 3. Parade Field. Two back. Maddie's Express. And Gliding a Fleet to the outside. We're ready to go. And fire off. Mr. Einstein, Pot of Gold away together. Maddie's Express not far off of them. Gliding a Fleet going to be caught 4 wide going into the first turn. And Parade Field settles off the quartet at the rear. They go into the first turn. Pretty contentious pace here. Mr. Einstein holds the rail spot. Maddie's Express alongside with a head lead on him. And Gliding a Fleet right off that rival in the 3rd spot, 3 deep. A length and a half to Pot of Gold has eased off the pace, is 4th, right with Parade Field. And they're 3 off the lead as the quintet approaches the backstretch run. Maddie's Express, the leader here by just a neck. Mr. Einstein right there hounding him, and these two hook up with 5 furlongs remaining in the contest. Space of 2.5 to Gliding a Fleet. Then comes Parade Field between horses. Pot of Gold down at the rail. 2 by 3, separated by 3 lengths with a half mile to go. Mr. Einstein, Maddie's Express continue to do battle on the front end, and they're 2 clear of Pot of Gold. Sticks his head out, claims 3rd. Parade Field 4th, sent along between horses. Gliding a Fleet on the outside, 3 deep as they round the turn. Mr. Einstein, the favorite, nurses a narrow lead. Maddie's Express, the second choice in the wagering, hard sent to keep up. But Mr. Einstein at the moment increases the leading margin to a length and a half. Maddie's Express second. Pot of Gold saving ground, turning for home as Maddie's Express darts to the inside for a try to rebid. Mr. Einstein, furlong remaining, has opened up 3 with a nice burst. Maddie's Express second. Pot of Gold angling off the rail is still 3rd and plotting in place. And it's Mr. Einstein has increased the leading margin to 5, and he is waving goodbye to the competition. Mr. Einstein with a smart effort. Maddie's Express holds second, Pot of Gold 3rd, and it was a photo for 4th between Gliding a Fleet and Parade Field. Final time for the mile, 1 minute 40.48 seconds. Number 3, Mr. Einstein was first, 5 Maddie's Express second, 2 Pot of Gold third, photo finish for 4th. Please continue to stand by until the photo finish result for 4th has been posted and the race is declared official. Running 4th was number 6, Gliding a Fleet, 3.526, top 4. Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Mr. Einstein, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Exaggerator, out of I'm Your Love by Scat Daddy. Mr. Einstein was bred in Kentucky by Joseph Murphy, now owned and trained by Nerca Huertas. Your winning jockey is Jackie Davis. That's back-to-back wins. 2 wins today for jockey Jackie Davis. Number 3, Mr. Einstein. Your winner at odds of 3-4. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a trainer's objection into the running of this 6th race. The trainer of number 2, Pot of Gold, has claimed foul against the unofficial 2nd place finisher, number 5, Maddie's Express. The stewards are taking a look at the upper stretch run. Again, this objection does not involve the unofficial winner. It does, however, involve the 2nd and 3rd place finishers. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have ruled there will be no change. 3, 5, 2, 6, your top 4, soon to be made official. No change. This race is now official. Mr. Einstein pays $350 to win. Up next is race number 7 on the card. In race 7, there are no changes. 20 minutes to post time at 4:08 p.m. That's post for race 7. 20 minutes.
9 minutes to post for race number 7, and that's a veteran rider knowing how the track is playing, and took Maddie's Express tactical edge away as Mr. Einstein able to get out there with the speed and go on with it as that one proved best anyway. She gets a win for Nurka Huertas. Mr. Einstein with a smart ride in race number 6. 11 and 9 main claimer is the 7th, goes a distance of 1 mile and 1/16th. And you look at some of the contenders in here. I'll look at the 3. Wafir, who for Kathleen Maston does have some speed. This one came off the turf at Saratoga and ran a good 4th against the 30,000s there. Then tried maiden special weights here last time, and got a wide trip in that 1 16th race. So gets a little class relief, drop into the 11 and 9 level, gets a race without a lot of speed outside it. That kind of running style is winning today. So Wafir's at odds of 3-1. The 7 horse is Stanley Ruff. Stanley Ruff maybe against the track in a way, as he does have a deep closing style, but maybe against this competition he'll be a little bit closer, as you don't see too many horses come from out of it today, as his front speed has been pretty good for the first 6 races. But Stanley Ruff has the form to win here and might just be better than these horses going against those 30,000 maidens and finding a much easier 11 and 9 maiden claimer here at Finger Lakes. And it may not matter how the track's playing if you're just better than the other rivals. The 5 Halloway I would use for 3rd. You could forgive the last effort in the sprint. Seems like his recent route races are better, and this one wants to go long. And other than which get past Wafir and Stanley Ruff, not much else to like in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 7. Here's the field. Number 1, Pasta and Polpette, Rafael Rohina Jr. riding. Number 2, Cash or Chocolate, Joel Cruz with the ride. Number 3, Waffler, Jackie Davis looking for 3 wins in a row. Number 4, American Day, Luis Perez, the rider. Number 5, Halloway, Stephen Frett, first ride of the day for him. Number 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Carlos Camillo in the irons. Number 7 is Stanley Ruff, Caber Koa riding. And number 8 is Derby Child, Michael Davila Jr. in the irons. 5 minutes to post for race 7, 5 minutes. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 7. Casher Chocolate working to load him to post position number 2. He's never been the greatest at the gate, so this is nothing new for him. Casher Chocolate. A field of 8 going a mile and a 16th here. Casher Chocolate went in. Pasta and Polpette to the inside post has gone forward as well. Waffler, post position 3. Casher Chocolate looks like was the only one that went in. Pasta and Polpette, hard to see from this view, looks like is coming up right now. Pasta and Polpette, the gray horse, goes in. Waffler, post position 3. American Day walking forward. Halloway, post 5. Tyrannosaurus Rex, 20-1 shot coming up. 2 back, your current 4-5 favorites, Stanley Ruff, with the meets leading rider, Cabercoa. And then Derby Child and Michael Davila Jr. to round out the field. Start of the late pick 3 here with our 9-race card. This is race 7, a maiden claiming event going 8.5 furlongs, a mile and a 16th. Waiting on Derby Child. Favoritism remains with number 7, Stanley Ruff. Second choice, number 3, Waffler. And then fourth choice, number 4, American Day. And they're pretty much dominating the wagering, these 3. We're ready to go. And Ruff. Good beginning from Halloway. He's going to go right to the front. And Waffler is right behind him chasing second. Derby Child aggressively ridden. Gets a couple cracks of the whip to get up there. In fact, passing Halloway. And Derby Child, Michael Davila Jr. wants him in front, and that's where he's at. So it's going to be Derby Child to set the pace by 2. Halloway in the second spot. Waffler is running in the third position. A length and a half to American Day, settling off the pace. Tyrannosaurus Rex is next. Casher Chocolate running 10 lengths off this loose leader, Derby Child, who goes at a decent tempo for the lever. Pasta and Polpette is second to last, and a gap of 4 to Stanley Ruff. The favorite is well behind, but I'll tell you this, he's got a fast pace to run into. Derby Child on the lead wings it, has a 4-length lead with 5 furlongs to travel. Halloway still chasing in second, a half length to Waffler, getting outside now with that rival. Another 2 lengths to American Day in the fourth position, patiently ridden to this point. Then comes Casher Chocolate, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and there goes Stanley Ruff out of last, claiming the second last position from Pasta and Polpette. Cabercoa getting to work aboard Stanley Ruff, but he is making a move as they round that far turn. Derby Child coming back to the group after that fast pace. He calls it an afternoon, plummets back, and Waffler picks up the running on the lead. Now Stanley Ruff continues a move from the back of the field. He's all the way into fourth. Halloway is second and making a move on the inside, and the rail's wide open for Halloway to come forward and challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose and nose down the lane, and Stanley Ruff is right behind them in third, getting closer ominously as 2 lengths to gain. Furlong to go. Halloway, Stephen Fred took a peek back and saw that Stanley Ruff's going to make one last lunge. Waffler's between them, not going to get there. Coming to the line, it's going to be tight. Photo finish, very tight. Stanley Ruff, Halloway on the line together with Waffler third. Photo finish, photo. In race number 7, please continue to stand by. Final time, 1 minute 49.35 seconds for the 8.5 furlong. Number 7, Stanley Ruff was first. Second goes to number 5, Halloway. Third, number 3, Waffler. Fourth, number 4, American Day. 7-5-3-4, your top 4, 7-5-3-4. Now entering the winner's circle is number 7, Stanley Ruff. He's a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Solomini out of Yali's Choice by Silver Deputy. Stanley Ruff was bred in New York by Hidden Lake Farm, now owned by Michael Dove, Stephen Bucci and partners, trained by Anthony Ferraro. Caber Koa, your winning jockey, also co-owned here by Michael Caruso. Number 7, Stanley Ruff, pace 390 for the win. Up next is race number 8 on our program, the penultimate race on the card. Turning our programs to race 8, there's no changes. They're going 1 mile and 70 yards here, a co-featured allowance, and post time for the 8th race is 19 minutes away.
Okay, horse about to go on the track for race number 8. What a finish to the 7th, and no doubt about who was best in there. Stanley Ruff took advantage of that quick pace. Derby Child sent to the front end. Can't blame him as the way the track's played all day, but really set up for Stanley Ruff, who overcame the way the racetrack has been playing today as he went from last to first with that quick pace. But it was close as Stephen Frett rode a nice race to almost win it with Holloway, but the favorite able to just nip him at the wire under Kiberkoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. Now, this pair teams up in this race, and they got a heavy, heavy favorite for race number 8, and deservedly so, as Sweet Anniversary has looked good in all 3 starts at Finger Lakes. Her only loss was at Saratoga, and she had a bad break in that race. She stumbled, so who knows how well she would have run in that race if she had broken sharply. Her first start, she ran off the screen. She won by over 15. She had to earn it in her second start in the slop, but her last race, she dominated in her first try going long. She looks to be the inside speed of this race and appears very, very difficult to catch in race number 8. You're going to have to accept a short price if you're backing Sweet Anniversary. Right now, she is all the way down to 1-9. Well, if you're looking for other rivals to maybe beat her or just looking to play exactas or tries, you got Maggie, the 6 horse, and the 2 Maravaglosa was another one that I was looking at as well. Well, Maggie's the only other one that's not in double digits with all the money on Sweet Anniversary early. And you look at the rest of this field, they're basically $5,000 claimers, with the exception of Maravagloso and Sweet Anniversary, of course. But Maggie was really good in sprints against the 5,000 claimers. Last race was good against Hypnocurrency. And Hypnocurrency ran a good second after that. So the big question might be distance as well. She's had 2 route attempts in her career. She does have a second in one of them. The other one was an off-the-board finish in the slop at Aqueduct, and that was going a flat mile. So, there are some question marks about how she is in a route, but she looks like the main contender, if there is one, to Sweet Anniversary. I thought the other one that might have a shot in here might be the 2 Maravagloso, who has been against the 1 state breds. And let's face it, some of those 1 state breds, other than Sweet Anniversary, are tougher than these because these are mostly 5,000 claimers in this race. So she was claimed for 12.5. She's had some excuses. Darn That Song was Lone Speed that beat her on September 4th. There was no pace. And then last race she ran into Honest Banker, who's a real good one, and she was wide in that race. So she stretches out. She's well bred for the distance. So a big top 3 threat is Maravagloso, but I think Sweet Anniversary would have to regress for any of these horses to pull off the upset on her, and that's why she's such a short price in race number 8. Of course, they still got to run the race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered races 8 and 9. You got 5 minutes to post.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 8 in allowance. For New York bred fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, here's the field. Number 1, Sweet Anniversary, Kiberkoa riding today. Number 2, Maraviglioso, John Barrios in the saddle. Number 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Manuel Di Diego with the mount. Number 4, Miss Pab. Joel Cruz, the rider. Number 5, Sweet DeSantis. Luis Perez riding. Number 6, Maggie. Andre Worry with the call. Completing the field is number 7, Strange Fruit. Heman Harkey aboard. 3 minutes to post for race 8. 3 minutes away until the 8th race, going 1 mile and 70 yards. And the runners have now reached the gate. It's post time for race number 8. Sweet Anniversary, the 1-5 favorite going into the gate. Maraviglioso, post position 2. Keep My Eye on the Boys, post 3. Miss Pab in the red. Strange Fruit. They're going to open the front of the gate for Strange Fruit. Two back. Sweet DeSantis. And Maggie in the Zilla Racing Stable colors, also co-owned by Dark Horse Racing Stable. Maggie taking her spot in line. We're ready to go. And LaRuff getting squeezed at the break, a couple of them. Miss Pab got the worst of it. Sweet DeSantis had to take up a little bit as well. Sweet Anniversary says, come and catch me if you can. Went off as the 1-9 favorite. Sweet Anniversary, who hits the turn well off the fence and leads the way here by about a length. Maraviglioso moving forward on the inside, taking second. Keep My Eye on the Boys is between horses as Sweet Anniversary still off the rail in the 3 path, but has a short lead on Maraviglioso and Keep My Eye on the Boys, who's between horses. Gap of 2 to Maggie. Strange Fruit. They're side by side. They're about 5 lengths clear of Miss Pab and Sweet DeSantis. The 2 runners who got squeezed coming out of the gate well behind, maybe 10 or 11 lengths off the tearaway leaders who do battle on the front end here. Maraviglioso on the inside is a half-length lead. Keep My Eye on the Boys right there. Sweet Anniversary stalking the pace 3 deep. And Maggie's getting closer. Maggie, 4 runners across the track approaching the turn. They've opened up 4. Strange Fruit pushed along from 5th, and then Miss Pab and Sweet DeSantis need to get going. Around the far turn, looks like Cabracoa lets Sweet Anniversary stride out to take the lead away from Maraviglioso. Keep My Eye on the Boys. Both runners losing position. Maggie into second, but is now in chase mode as Sweet Anniversary continues to lead the way. Sweet Anniversary at the top of the stretch with a 2-length lead. Maggie is second. The others really have to turn it around, and Sweet Anniversary is asked for her best. She was given the cue to go, and she responded. Sweet Anniversary, in a matter of strides, put 8 lengths on the competition, and at 1-9 odds, she will win as advertised. It's the daughter of Solomini, Sweet Anniversary, to give Cabracoa a hat trick today, and this was the easiest win for him yet. Second home in the race was Keep My Eye on the Boys. Sweet DeSantis third, and Maggie was 4th. Number 1, Sweet Anniversary first. 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys second. 5, Sweet DeSantis third. 6, Maggie 4th. 1, 3, 5, 6, your top 4 finishers. Now entering the winner's circle is number 1, Sweet Anniversary, a 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Solomini out of South Wing by Dixie Brass. Sweet Anniversary was bred in New York by Cheryl Prudhomme and Dr. Michael Gallivan, owned by Michael R. Di Tommaso, trained by Anthony Ferraro. That's 3 wins today, a hat trick for jockey Caber Koa. 3 wins today for jockey Caber Koa. Aggressively ridden, gets a couple cracks in the whip to get up there. In fact, passing Halloway, Derby Child, Michael DeVilla Jr. wants him in front, and that's where he's at. So it's going to be Derby Child to set the pace by 2. Halloway in the second spot. Waffler is running in third position. Lengthening down from American Day, settling off the pace. Tyrannosaurus Rex is next. Casher Chocolate running 10 lengths off this loose leader. Derby Child goes at a decent tempo for the lever. Costa and Polpette is second to last. The gap of 4 to Stanley Ruff. Favorite is well behind, but I'll tell you this, he's got a fast pace to run into. Derby Child on the lead leads it as a 4-length lead with 5 furlongs to travel. Halloway still chasing in second, a half length to Waffler, getting outside now with that rival. Another 2 lengths to American Day in the 4th position, patiently ridden to this point. Then comes Casher Chocolate, Tyrannosaurus Rex. There goes Stanley Ruff out of last, playing in the second last position from Costa and Polpette. Caber Koa getting a warm aboard Stanley Ruff, but he is making a move as they round that far turn. Derby Child back to the group after that fast pace. He calls it an afternoon, coming back, and Waffler picks up the running on the lead. Now Stanley Ruff continues a move from the back of the field. He's all the way into 4th. Halloway is second and making a move on the inside, and the rail's wide open for Halloway to come forward and challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose and nose down the lane, and Stanley Ruff is right behind them in third, getting closer ominously as 2 lengths to gain to challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose, he's all the way into 4th. Halloway is second and making a move on the inside, and the rail's wide open for Halloway to come forward and challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose and nose down the lane, and Stanley Ruff is right behind them in third, getting close. Rail's wide open for Halloway to come forward and challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose and nose down the lane, and Stanley Ruff is right behind them in side, and the rail's wide open for Halloway to come forward and challenge Waffler off the turn. These two nose and nose down the lane, and Stanley Ruff is right behind them in third, getting closer. Say that again.
All right, ninth race on upcoming here. We got about 8 minutes to post for the last race on this Wednesday card and the final race of the racing week. Yeah, sweet anniversary, 1-9, and obviously deservedly so. Is probably an easier field than she beat last time. And Kiberkoa decided to get off the inside, didn't want any horses outside of him, and when he asked this horse to go, she just blew away that field. Good looking rival, and she's a good one. Sweet anniversary for M. Anthony Ferraro. It's 2 in a row for Ferraro and Koa. Now we look at the last, so a little more competitive is this last race. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. And as you see by the board, can't really settle on a favorite in this race. I thought the 2 Spoofy had a little bit of a class edge on these horses as he was running in New York and now runs a sprint for 5,000. And the route just wasn't his thing last time. He got mixed up in the pace and faded badly. So I guess the question is, and there are a lot of question marks with this horse. So he was running against special weights. He lost by less than double digits and then dropped last time, but hard to gauge because it's first time stretching out. First time sprint for 5, good as any in this race, and Spoofy is at odds of 5-1. The 5 horses Support the Cat. Support the Cat has been running against tougher, so he gets class relief all the way to the bottom. Now, he's had a lot of chances. He's 0 for 29 in his career, but this is probably the easiest field that he's faced. So Support the Cat is worth consideration in here just on class level. Although hard to have a lot of faith in him either, just based on the fact that he's had a lot of races. The 3 Sharpoon cuts back in distance, and the same thing as Spoofy. This one, just the route kind of got to him as he was sent to the front in some pretty quick fractions and just couldn't keep up those fractions that day. But his previous couple starts and sprints were very good. I mean, he's running for 5. He was a 2nd and a 4th. And he might be the speed here. Speed has been pretty good for most of the day. The only horse we saw close, and he closed on a 24 in a route, was Stanley Ruff. And Stanley Ruff was just better than that field. The rest of the day, we've had horses that were pretty much on or near the lead and not backing up. So that might be an advantage for a horse like Sharpoon if he's able to make the front and got a little bottom to him, cutting back a distance from the sprint. Well, they're going on the track for the last race. A pretty competitive final race on this Wednesday card. Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta offered in here.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for the last race, race 9, maiden 5 claimers, 3-year-olds and upward, going 6 furlongs. Here's the field for race 9. There are no changes in this race. Number 1 is Robbins Giant, Rafael Rohina Jr. riding. Number 3, Sharpoon, Heeman Harkey, sports the blue silks. Number 4, Jersey Greg, Michael Davila Jr. in the iron. Number 5, Support the Cat, Nazario Alvarado, set to navigate. Number 6, Not Today, Governor, Emmanuel Di Diego has the assignment. Number 7 is Watermelon Crush. And there is number 8, One with Everything, Jackie Davis riding. Number 2, Spoofy, Anthony Rodriguez. And number 7, rounding out the field, is Watermelon Crush. John Barrios has the pink cap on. 3 minutes to post for the last race. That's race number 9, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have a reminder for you that our next live race card is on Monday with a carryover in the pick 6 of $3,693. And also note, Monday and Tuesday, first post is 1 o'clock. And this coming Wednesday, a week from today, first post will be 1:15 p.m. here at Finger Lakes. 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. And the runners have now reached the gate and are loading. Robbins Giant goes in. Spoofy and Sharpoon, the next pair. Jersey Greg coming up. Support the Cat. Not today, Governor. Two back. Watermelon Crush. And one with everything to the outside post. Shout out Raylu. One with everything coming up. We're ready to go in the finale. And Lyruff. A little bit slow to go was Robbins Giant. Good getaway from Spoofy, who goes to the front. Spoofy, the pacemaker in the early stages. Watermelon Crush is eased off the pace. Jersey Greg is in the mix on the front end with Spoofy. Even deeper, Not Today, Governor. Down the backstretch, One with Everything is well behind as they head down the backstretch here. A good battle on the leads. Support the Cat comes out of the crowd to take a short lead. Not Today, Governor's right there. Jersey Greg in the two-path third at the fence. Spoofy sent along to get forward position as they go into the turn. He's in a little bit tight, but Spoofy's coming up to challenge those leaders as they round the turn. Sharpoon, 3 lengths behind, has gotten a good trip off a very, very contentious tempo in the nightcap. Gap of 4 more to Watermelon Crush. Robbins Giant is next, and One with Everything never picked up his feet as they come to the top of the lane. Spoofy has saved ground the whole way around and turns for home in the white blades with a nose in front, but Support the Cat is right there too. Sharpoon is third. Far outside, Watermelon Crush attempting to rally on. Furlong to go. Spoofy and Support the Cat still going at it. Support the Cat, Spoofy. Jersey Greg surging late between horses, but as they come to the line, it's Spoofy. Spoofy wins the nightcap over Support the Cat. Then Jersey Greg, photo for fourth, Sharpoon and Watermelon Crush. Now entering the winner's circle is number 2, Spoofy. He's a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin' Stones, out of As Promised by Century City. Spoofy bred in Ireland and is now owned by Charlton Baker, trained by Michael Ferraro. Anthony Rodriguez, your winning jockey. Final time, 1 minute 14.68 seconds for the 3/4 of a mile. Prices will be up on the screen very shortly. Race official here, race 9. Spoofy pays $6.50 to win. Pick 5, $48.37. That's the late pick 5. Late pick 4, $9 and a dime. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing does resume on Monday. We have a carryover in the pick 6 of over $3,000. Also, folks, please note that programs and past performances for Monday and all our race days at Finger Lakes available at fingerlakesgaming.com. Every race day we've got free programs and past performances at fingerlakesgaming.com. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday racing. Next week, Monday and Tuesday, first post is 1 p.m. Wednesday, we will have a 1:15 first post. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Dinnerman here calling the races this week in substitute for Anthony Stabile. Looking forward to hearing him again very, very soon. It's been a pleasure being here, and we hope you had a fun racing week. When you go home, please do so safely. Have a great rest of your evening. And until next time, may your dreams be winning ones, and may those dreams come true. Keep living the dream, folks. Good night.